Okay. Good. Looks good. Really? Really? Why did you not save it by name? So weird. It is my name. Has a built-in alternation. Okay. Stop, invader. What is cracking? Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be just start stream, so it's gonna be a little bit. Now I do need to update some streams. Yeah, raw code. It's funny. Using AI is a giant pain, dude. Let's see. Today is new bot, new healing bot. Yeah, updated YouTube a little bit. Okay, today's task. Today's task. A new bot. Healer that heals other nearby style robots. Then that. Okay. Extra healing bot. Let's think. Let's think. Let's think. Particle cable, particle cable. You can probably start with that. Robots, yes, yes. Okay. I mean, sure, it's not itself. Okay. Okay. It's the closest one. Gotta be in range. Right. Been healed. Fine. I mean, potential robot can heal just about anything too, including walls. It's faster, right? This does it has. Yeah, it does way more effort. Okay. Right. Oh, it is from the bone. Yeah, it's fine. Did not clear something. Okay. It's not empty. Position. Oh yeah, I think I need to. Okay. Now, attachment rate. Yes. Hmm. Oh, why not? Really? Why? Oh, it's out of range. It's out of range. Okay, I don't want to worry about that. Okay. Now, poke at everything. I have to poke at everything. Animation, open animation. Hey, what's up? MH. Mr. MH. You think this is your name? Time to code and vibe. As opposed to vibe code. Bro. Gotta think. Why is my game so complex, dude? Why? Why did I do that? I didn't need to do that. Indeed. Meanwhile, I'm have to wrangle 160,000 lines of C++ code as I add more and more. You should have bots that attack me, but this time this bot is going to be healing other bots. First task I need to know which arm is being raised. So you can correctly draw the line. You can correctly do it. Right. I think basic one is left, I think. You're working something and copying, pasted something into it, and now it's not openable. Huh. Do you use source control? Because losing 3 hours is something. It's coding, source control is definitely what you want to use to avoid such loss issues. For art, I think you just have to save once in a while incrementally. I heard a story of some game developers who didn't use source control at all for the game and lost like years of progress. Years. Okay, this. Okay, that should be Gucci. Level editor, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be. Like in my case, I have levels too, but they're just text files. Well, in that case, they're just gonna save us quite often. And I have like a little bit of a backup between active and non-active stuff. Bro, why are you still grabbing the wrong pawn index? This and that seems good. Where's the 2? Oh. Whoops. Show me. Yeah, that's right. The right hand connects now. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Never know. Mr. Richard TCK. One suggestion for someone who had never made games, where to start, what language and engine to pick. If you've really never done games at all, and the question is if you've done engineering before. But really the most bottom line, easiest start to get into is something like a text adventure. Look up old school text adventures. You don't need to do any 2D, 3D stuff. Maybe you can vibe code some AI background images, put it on a website. But really just like a console text format where you describe where you are, the scenery, and the options you can type in like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like go east, go south. And then just so that you can make some kind of game and train your engineering abilities on that. Game engines, usually, even the smaller ones, are usually pretty complex and big. I would say you want to be careful with those. Oh, already heals. Excellent. Look at that. I mean, in general, you want to start with whatever language is easiest to get into for you. Like in my case, I actually started as a kid of a basic language. And basic was really basic and easy to get into. Nowadays, such languages don't really exist. So that's going to be difficult. Just be careful about game engines because they're really big and they can really destroy your mind by just throwing way too many things at you. If you're just beginning, big engineering skills, start doing by some kind of text adventure first. Let me see. Old school text adventure games. I've heard good things about Raylib, even though I haven't used that many of myself. Yeah, like here's your text games, including if 2D fields, you can apparently do to some degree. Yeah, but the things like that, you don't need to worry about fancy 2D stuff. And once you can make a game like that, then go into 2D is just a matter of getting it better at math and requiring more and more knowledge to get stuff done. That guy needs destruction now. Eventful. As you can see, this guy raising arm is no longer that offensive, you know what I mean? As shared secretly on the private Discord. It's funny. Okay. So next is Let's adjust the end point here a little bit. This one is likely just to be there all the time. From you. That's decent. I maybe want to pull back just a little bit. Actually, let's do it here. It might be fine. It might be fine. Attachments, right hand. Can do this thing, right? Yeah. Maybe just a tiny pull. Like 0.8 something. Yeah. Do need that particles for healing at the end. Actually, already kind of works actually. There's gonna be like a debris generator. He just keeps recreating the robot parts. It's kind of funny. Also, if you're wondering which engine to pick, I mean, you really have to play around with all of them, to be honest. You have to play around, like, for example, Unreal, because it provides a lot of the good tools and concepts that you need to learn and be aware of to make decent quality games. So even if you don't use them, it's good to be aware of what kind of stuff they're working on, what kind of tools that they have. Things like animation, what's involved in that, what kind of things they do for sound. It really depends on the complexity of the game. You don't need anything complex. You don't really need an engine. Yeah. Let's see. Do I have a way to add a particle? Actually, before that. Resource control. Gotta make those changes. Save them up so you don't lose progress. Seems fine, seems fine. Boom kaboom. Now. First, let's do the facing part. Do you have a face? Face direction control towards target. It does say towards target, but what's a target? Mean? What does that mean? Target, oh, towards target position. Towards target position. Maybe. Yeah, it's gonna just explode pretty quick, huh? Should just join them, really. Should just join them. It should work to face the robot towards the first healing target. Will be style robot. Yeah, okay, that works. It's nice to have 2 years of technology. I can just connect things up without too much effort. Yeah. Particles, 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 particles. This needs to be semi-consistent particles. Yeah, probably just spawn something like this. Leave a particle effect. Ooh, at least I have that. Sound too, maybe. Maybe sound as well. It's gonna be a little bit more effort then. Okay, let us refactor. Okay. Oh, this is a temporary particle, ain't it? Rotation. Don't care about rotation. That should be fine. Music is too chatty. Do this to remember. Oh, is that a copy? It is a copy. How the hell is that working then? So weird. So weird. Now, sir. Position. What do you need for? RGB, right? No direction. It's a big gravity, huh? If it's not... Let's see it. It's gonna be 1,000 corner cases. One step at a time. You're a bit too fast. Have it in a contact, I suppose. Wait, where's the radius? Radius, yes. Just a bit too big. Oh, don't pick yourself if you have full health. That's a good point. Good point. God, that guy's gonna be invincible. That's awesome. Wow. Wowza. Suddenly becoming a full tank. Okay, well, this many becomes impossible to heal, but what about? They can't heal other guys they can heal. Well, dude, even now they're impossible to kill. Look at that. It's like good luck breaking through. Maybe what I need to do is that the healers can't heal other healers. How about that? No. I mean, there's other conditions, like maybe they transfer their health as part of a healing process. Maybe. I think for now I'm gonna do. There you go. You can just target them. Come on, grab a swan as a target, yes. Well, now I have to see how that how it interacts. Everything else. Wait. You know, right now all robots have the same health, actually. I haven't done a scaling on that part yet. Oh god. Why there's so many of them? And so few of others. I thought I did. Oh, count. Means weight of one. Bro. It's the same. Yeah. Bro, even 2 is a challenge. To catch the right time. Oh yeah, new level up effects. That's something. And you getting hit effect. I like initial knockback. Not sure if I like that shake. It's really interesting. Part of a boss, yeah, yeah. It's a classical setup. Need to give them a lot ammo, a lot less health for sure. Which means time to do some scaling. Oh, that bot, which I haven't touched in years and a half. I'll just put it on 0 actually. Oh, they have a little, if they don't see me, they don't actually heal. This guy's tanky enough, I gotta make him tanky. I should add like text notification for heals. What's up, dude? I can make him skip, maybe. I have to rework the whole logic. Just need a new path for when ability triggers not based on player or based on other robots. Oh, game, everything's custom, isn't it? Didn't have time to stop. But I do like the cadence, kind of nice and fast. Your controller. Your controller. Oh, we actually knocked those guys around a bit. Oh. Oh, I don't draw around, circle around that guy. think I need both. Yeah, this should just be like a tiny ass circle. Like it. Yeah, I do need those landing circles from the top. This thing's not visible anyway. Oh, opacity, what is this? There you go, that's the kind of circle I like to see. Yeah, horizontal flight is kind of hard to spot. Do need vertical. One ain't enough. Before I forget. Buddha specifically shoots out rockets. It was like in StarCraft 2. What's it called? I don't remember the name. Point defense. Something. Maybe. Maybe. At that point, you have to get into adding a little follower drone or something that can do various things, including that. I think I can rework the robot to be a robot possibly more interesting. The way he falls apart, it's not that exciting anymore. I can do better. It's up to us. How's it going? Hello? Welcome to the new healing grounds. Yeah, they do need to work on their behavior though. I don't really want them to work towards you. Which means time to expand a robot behavior class. But yeah, let's work on that. Enable all attacks. Yeah, this thing's trying to have a bunch of stuff. Ain't it? Ain't it?
That's absolutely captivating. Yeah, those candles bring calm and serenity.
Enable robot assist abilities. Such as healing or boosting other robots. Chasing. You chase technically another robot? Technically. Right now chasing usually means chasing the player. What if it's not player chasing? Oh, this one bounces back if nothing is enabled. I see. Maybe chasing will be specifically chasing the player. Care about that, I don't care about that. Player sighted. Hamburger. What's up, Kogama? It's cracking. I need to think. I need to think. So this robot doesn't... I don't know. It's maybe it is useful for it chases me around. The thing that only particularly cares about healing other robots. So that's not too exciting. Hey, what if health doesn't go away? What if it continues to show? Is it because the shield is gone? Ah. Yeah. Yeah, this is overpowered enough. I probably don't need to have multiple heals. Maybe some boss can have like multi-heals. Okay, how about this? At least don't raise the arm. Unless. So much attacking logic. So much. Should probably just keep this as is, not mess with this and the new state. Fair enough. Wandering is fine. Wandering. It's because I have attacks enabled, don't I? Don't I? Okay, it's gone now. And these guys should be fairly peaceful. Well, if they're gonna go after me, it's kinda decent. Because they'll stay together. So let's see, if we're wandering. Now my mass supply is not that big, so maybe I can just go through all the robots and not care. The hell? Why are you suggesting that? Wondering. Have self position or something? Okay. Maybe just need to know where it is. What's up, Nucleator? What's cracking? What is cracking? Look into the day of implementing a healing robot. And of course, everything is fancy and complex, because why the hell not? Maybe I don't even need to know this. Maybe. So let's see. All right, now they don't even get triggered behavior to heal anymore. Yeah. Right now only this will get triggered. Come here, boys. Healing little bastards. But now I need to make this logic a little smarter. Why is everything so complex, dude? All this stuff, so much complexity. Let me see. I have chasing config somewhere, don't I? Not that it matters. I guess I need to have a new state maybe. Instead of just chasing player, chasing robot. Why not? Why not? Why not? We need to save in that case who to chase. Because I have a player thingy, but don't really have a robot to chase. Because so far robots didn't have to worry about anything except chasing players. Chasing players. Let's see how you do against energy orb, little bastards. Oh yeah, I do need to make them destructible, because the other pretty sad on type at this point. Hey, that particle. Oh. A liter of coffee. Nice. That's a lot of sugar. Yeah, I forget about that. I need to clean up those particles. Do need to do that. Where the hell was this? This. Removed. Yeah, it's kind of like a frozen orb ability from Diablo 2, 3, and maybe even 4. I think 4 has it as well. Damn, getting interrupted. Dude, this thing just goes around the freaking wall. Okay, that's interruption's getting annoying. You know what? This is why this is overpowered. Just drop a turret. They like me now. Hey, level. That was nice. I need to limit how many limit the maximum amount of life charges dropped and present, so that they don't get spammed if a player doesn't want to pick them up. Something like that. Maybe remove the oldest ones, the newest ones. Stop, noob. Well, the game is only halfway done. So far, this is only 2 years of building up for without an engine. To make sure you have jiggle all the right places. Item customization and so on. Actually, I can do a customization a little better than that. Just run through all the different options and colors you can have. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I need to add more. Well, at least these guys do full damage. Ooh, real low at health. Fireball. Burn down, boy. These guys are just chilling, not moving anywhere, huh? If you ever want to play a Diablo game without using a mouse, now you can. Well, you will be in the future. Because the mouse, don't need to use it. Just WD movement. and a keyboard key for using abilities. Shield charges, I forgot about that. Grab that. Good. One of these days I'll work on sound for realsies. But that day is not today. Alright, so first thing, clean this up. What I'm doing here. Look kind of dangerous. I need to put a timer on that thing. Which would be the ideal way. But at least this one is good enough. Stop healing him, dudes. Heal is strong. He dies. Don't forget. Random node spawn that can clear a dye color from a piece of clothing item. Yeah. I need a water break here pretty soon. A whole lot of water, man. And the brain is using a lot of power. Okay. So back to if enable assist abilities. Find the nearest one. Right. Using another robot. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. That makes sense. Right. Dude, what the hell's going on? I guess I'll just stay here. Chasing another robot. Like that, like that. A lot of code to dupe. Not really that much. You can probably throw away most of this anyway. So just don't care about player. Movement. Blinking is fine. Fine, fine, fine. I don't care about direction. Don't care about this. I don't care about any of this. Back to regular walk, whatever, whatever. Yeah, back to wondering if the robot is no longer there. Makes sense to me. I distance the target. No. Okay, let's see the robot position. Okay. No player specific logic here. Distance to the other robot. It's already arranged. Forward. Oh yeah, I don't need to do all this. Facing another robot. Boom. Okay, walk there. It's enraged. It's enrage. In range. Then just to go into attacking mode, technically. Seems to be working. It seems like it was working fine. Chasing the other robot. No. We'll just see how, if this works at all. I need to turn this off. Just assist powers. Okay. Good. So these guys kind of mostly ignore me. Now. Y'all not gonna go there? So that was almost good. Now. Healing with the range. Fine. Ooh, I can actually do it by in range too. Oh, it considers itself, doesn't it? Rename that into self, but it's gonna break 1,000 things. Or maybe not. Can I just call you self? Is it doing it? Slow as hell, but okay. Why are you chasing? It is. $32. 20 and 80. That's in range. Or it will be. Okay, going to attack mode, fine. Yeah. Maybe I should have a custom state for that as well. That is doing a bunch of stuff I don't care about. I really don't care that much about. What happens when it tries to attack, actually? Rage. Oh, I just bail out back to wandering mode because of this. Because of this. Okay. But this. Alex gonna use this? No, he's just not gonna do it. Cool. Fine, let's expect. Using player. Is that because I put it in attack mode? Might have. Fine. Customization is the name of the game, huh? Fine. Chasing the robot, fine. Alright, but I shall return with some water. More water is required. We put the game in the main menu mode for now to stress test. Can never have not enough stress testing. Hold on. Stable. I'll be back. Okay. Why are you chasing me though? Okay. Putting up a robot already. Okay. 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 Telsons, please work. Thank you. Do need this. Do need that stuff. So much scrap in there. Jesus. Jesus. I'm just gonna snag this. Who's using this? Way later. Okay. Good, 2 animations, fine. That doesn't matter. Don't care about the seat there. Or location, attack location. Target, face, attack, I guess. Alternative. Fine. this is what happens. Right. Oh no, it's already taken care of. Okay. Okay. That'll kick that off. Do I raise ability use? Oh, it's about this thing. Suppose. Yeah, but who's doing this? I see you. That's the putting of a robot and doing nothing. Because state hasn't changed. Fine. Still walking, it's trying to use. Stop some movement. Forget this, I think. Goes to that on its own. Interesting. Oh, here on check if action needs a heal. If it needs a heal. There you go. And now I can limit the range. Why is it not healing? Ordering another robot check. Get wiped out. Okay, it did happen once. And then it doesn't do it again. So I guess I need to continuously pump that. Probably. Probably. Nothing in the request. What am I forgetting? Don't to do anything else. Is it just because of this? Maybe. Yeah. Yup. Yep. Where's the distance? Distance ain't nowhere to be found. Greater than. I mean, that doesn't change. There you go. It's such a slow poke, though. Which will never get in range. I can live with that. He just continually heals him, huh? Never stop. Never stop healing. be knocked. Oh, you can get his attention this way. Is it because it goes into chasing mode, player? Yeah, probably. So many components. Chasing player. Yeah. Yeah. Now this one is gated. Who? Oh, that's that guy being stunned. That's fine. No, he just chases me. Doesn't care. Fine. At least for now, I'll do the bailout. Go, little buddy. There you go. It just froze. It's weird. What happened to you, little bud? What state did you get yourself into? Into wandering state? Doesn't care about player. Oh. Wait, that was defaulted true? It's no bueno. That is no bueno. Now just hide. I want it to be faster. Why are you chasing if his health is not? I understand when doing this, but here, okay. Ooh, okay. So if this is healing, Hmm. There you go, little bud. Help him out a bit. Yes, I just... Okay. She'll stop healing now. Oh, but it keeps trying to go there. So. That should ignore it here, actually. Why? What was this bailout? Oh. Still wondering. Let's do this. Bro. Oh, I don't actually do the check there. Don't actually do the check. Now, do I already? Okay, now it's more like it. Smells of trouble. Okay. The loop though, right? Yeah, it's a loop. Current blind factor, right? Yes. Is it even used? Blind factor. Alright, here we go. Good, good. Raise, 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 raise. There you go. Now, what happening to you, old bud? Oh, it's not exiting the stun state somehow. Somehow. If it just sees me, it's fine, right? It'll go after me just fine. Excuse me? Facing the player. He's just missing. Totally fine with this. Interesting. Okay. Is this pure C++? Pretty much. So far it's 160,000 lines of C++. Was this not showing up on the weirdly on the side? Yeah, even have a Visual Studio extension to track the progress on current number lines of number. Because I have my own render, my own game UI. Do use a bunch of libraries on the lower side. Heal that guy. Heal him. Heal him real good. Let's throw 2 healers. Come here, dude. I need to understand what the hell's going on here. How did I make the render? Do you mean like how did I figure it out how to make a render, or like specific architecture or whatnot? Your problem, dude. Why you not going forward, boy? Boy? No. GUI isn't something I'm using. No. I did literally make just about everything now. Here's the extensive list of all the third-party libraries I'm using. GUI is definitely one of them. You don't even know where to start? Well, if you don't know where to start, I didn't start from this like when I was born, right? My first game I wrote was like a text adventure game. You know, you can just say like, you're in a forest. To the right, you see a tree. To the left, you see a lake. Which way do you want to go? Option 1, go to lake. Option 2, go to forest. You enter 1 and 2, and then the game progresses from there. It's all about improving your skills one step at a time. It also helps using big engines once in a while to understand what kind of things are involved anyway. This is like infinite robot part generator. Bastards are out healing me. Nobody to heal you now, boy. Except these guys don't really... Oh, they're trying to heal, but they can't. It's almost time to make this guy properly be damageable. The way it's supposed to be. Where my controller at? But for render, what I actually begin with, I can show the beginning. Yeah, let us start the welcome tutorial. This was the beginning of the game 3 years ago. Just a spinning triangle. And then slowly learning how to render different meshes, how to put textures on them, on the triangles and so on. Then how to spawn boxes. And this is why I integrated open source physics engine. And then on and on. Progressing to like first shadows, which were like really butt ugly back then. Just butt ugly shadows. But just learn one step at a time. Like first animation, so on. Well, 3 years of just working on that to some degree, but also years of professional experience in video games and software companies. Building that as well. Now, to be fair, most of this was pretty fast. Like in about half a year of that work, I had this working. So it didn't take that long to get into it. It wasn't that impossible. It just that after that, I just kind of work on adding more fancy features, different subsystems, make destruction more interesting, like hair animation, simulation, all that, all the proper stuff that you want for a good game. At some point I was using Unreal, but I couldn't stomach. I didn't like it. But this was when I was prototyping my game in Unreal 5 for like 3 months or so. It was very pretty. Very pretty, whatnot. A lot of stuff just ready to go. This is like took like maybe a month or two. But I didn't like it. I didn't like stuff that was happening behind the scenes. Like it was easy to use enough. And it looked very pretty, but some of the C++ stuff behind the scenes are just so nasty to use. I just hated it. Even though it looked pretty and all that, but it was just too slow, whatnot. I just wasn't happy. Just wasn't happy. And that was a slow progression. Damn, it was a slow progression on the game as well. This was maybe, when was this? Not sure. It was probably maybe a year and a half ago. Maybe. Many different things to work on. I got a whole archive, all kinds of stuff, including when I was working on the hair simulation and body collisions. And that first world generation. Yeah, this was almost 2 years ago. Indeed. Just going back in time to the first robot damage. Poke, poke, poke. This was before you could even damage the walls. Take it to the face, to the face. Hey, dude, that's cheating. That's not the right range. What the hell are you guys doing? Yeah, that is definitely. Aim right around city folk. Then there's a whole building up of different UI, different subsystems. Dude. Yeah, I'm working on this game full time now for 2 years. That's how you get to 160,000 lines of code, not including all the rigging, blender animation, all kinds of stuff. Like this is actually even simple model. This is just the new robot I'm adding from yesterday. This is a healer bot. I have a 400 megabyte Blender file for the girl. But these robots are way simpler. Charge him up, heal him up. Yes, good, good, good. Yeah, so just working on this full time, chilling on the stream once in a while. Well, I think mostly I work off stream. Bottoms. Controller could use some love, for sure. Do you have like lore for the game, characters? I'm mostly focusing on gameplay, on items, and combat mechanics. Make sure like the gameplay feels smooth, you can like play around, the character's kind of reactive to it. You can play with a controller or purely on the keyboard, whatnot. Lore, sometimes I think about it. Like I technically do have something and I've kind of sketched out. Like there's a beginning where you can spawn in something or some conversation you can have. Until you break the right way when, oh, you know, it doesn't even work. That's funny. Oh, she's supposed to counter attack. But this guy has an ability where this is prevented from attacking you. That's funny. I actually broke that recently. But now you're just gonna break free and you fight back against the evil robots. This is the actual current playtest. This is where you can literally start from nothing. As opposed to the test mode, where you're given some items already. I can just play it. Just healed them. Just healed them in the nick of time. I think I'm happy enough of a healing thing. Except I need... Do you have... A lot of time just spent into fixing random bugs or whatnot, because this is getting pretty complex systems, so... See this dude. Current velocity is 14, so it should be... Yes, I'm not sure. Heal him up, Bubba. Heal him up. What would it look like if I also put a... Go. So that heal those guys on shields. Oh, they're trying to repair this guy, but it's at 0. No, you guys are not healing that. Have I worked on game before? Yeah. I worked on professional games in the past. I worked for several years for game engines, so I have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. And on top of that, AI, and I can do a lot of things by myself. How much code do you think would be able to reuse? You mean like future game or in generally? In general, the games are really poor when it comes to reuse. The problem is almost all abilities in the game to be fun have to be unique, so you can't really reuse that stuff. For like boring corporate application, reuse is fine because most of that is the same over and over, but the games have to be fun, have to be unique. So reuse is kind of overblown. Like it's all customs. Everything is freaking unique snowflakes, so just not that good. I have worked on Civilization 5 briefly, and briefly worked on New World, the MMO by Amazon. That was my recent work, kind of. But most of the time I was working on game engines anyway, not games directly. The problem working with games is just game companies really suck, especially the management, so I'm just never particularly happy working for those. Some special people. So I was pretty careful about selecting where to work. Those guys are targeting the wrong thing. Facing another robot. Okay, let's not try to repair freaking stationery. Stationary robot, do not consider it. Oh, is this already a thing? Yeah, I briefly was a contract on Civilization 5 for maybe half a year. It wasn't long, maybe a bit more. But I was mostly fixing random bugs for them. It was interesting, mostly in C++. I still remember fixing some bug in thermonuclear rockets or something. Because the thing when they landed each different hacks would get a counter for nuclear stuff. And if you land more than one, it gets some kind of weird incorrect value that would accumulate. Those are the kind of bugs I was fixing at the end of the project. They're kind of my most beginning introduction into game development. And then Amazon Game Studios found me, and I spent 7 years working for them, so. That's my primary knowledge. But also I worked in the game on my own anyway, especially in college. Here's what I made in college, actually. Have I tried using copilots? For code generation, definitely not. I mean, for small things, code generation is okay if it's standalone, cute little math. But I mostly use AI such as GPT for conceptual questions. And occasional small little specific shader lines, and then carefully bring it into my code. But a lot of that are just kind of just general questions. I love poking at them for different optimization ideas, whatnot. It's also nice to just take my code and just throw it at AI. Just basically just copy paste 1,000 lines of code, and then see if AI finds any kind of bugs in there or not. That's pretty nice at that. It's not so much for code generation, but code review for sure is amazing to catch random bugs or whatnot. Now I started when I really started this project full on 2 years ago. AI wasn't that helpful. So I was able to use it to some degree, but lately AI is becoming better and better, man. Yeah. Okay, so something's already... Okay, how about don't heal stationary stuff anymore? Yeah, I find the error and there you go. I've done that a bunch of times actually. Sometimes it would fix errors I've had for a year or 2 years. I don't think I've had a code review of this file. I'm probably curious. Here's my integration used over Recast library. Let's give it a try. Give it a try. Let me see. Go review this. Boom. What is this? 1500 lines. Let's see if it finds anything interesting. Yeah, not too interesting. No real bugs on this one. Locked. That could be a problem, maybe. Yeah, so this one's nothing too interesting. But in the past, there's some occasionally find actual bugs. You're a professional artist in VFX, yeah. In feature animation, nice. I mean, honestly, dude, it's no matter which way you come from, it's a problem. Like, for example, yeah, I'm an engineer, sure. But I've had to learn how to do rigging, animation, all that stuff. So in my case, I would go to, I found a lecture by P2 Design Bro. And this guy actually explains how to do proper rigging setup in Blender, animation, all that, right? I'm an engineer, so I don't know anything. I didn't know anything about this stuff before. So I had to figure it out how to do all this stuff, configure the bones, different IK setups. Like, bruh. So either way, you're gonna be learning a bunch of stuff. Just for you, might be more of a learning blueprints in Unreal is probably ideal. I mean, if you've heard, what was that? The game Expedition 33 didn't use much C++, it was mostly blueprint. So Unreal is going to be your friend, specifically made mostly for VFX. Like, I actually think Unreal is really made for artists, not engineers. At least not solo engineers. Because their art path is just too complex. But if you're already VFX, it's fine enough. When studying AI engineering, try use machine learning in new games. Sure. By all means. I use AI as like a assistant helper. Like, it's a better form of Google search, better ideas to like how to like learn how to do like different techniques. For example, there's little circles under them. It's like a special rendering technique I never knew before, but yeah, I just kind of told me about it, and from there, added that. Concept of Unreal. Let's move away from the engineers. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, most games today, the most expensive part of games today is actually art and hiring artists. Engineers are okay. But it's really the most primary cost is the art. Especially the complexity of 3D art. It gets nasty fast. Hey, wait. I thought it would have fixed it, but I guess not. There's Unity a lot. Russian production. Well, they may have hated it for different reasons or whatever, because Unreal works for sure, but it's definitely an old technology, so behind the scenes, kind of a pain to deal with it, because it has some really old, like 30-year-old code in there. But as an artist, Unreal is amazing. Even I prototyped this game for like a while in Unreal. Here's some of my... This is probably like 2 or 3 years back. Bus prototyping exactly the same game, but this is an Unreal 5. There's definitely a lot of features that are just available right away. Definitely looked all pretty and stuff. No question. Plus some sword attacks or something I was testing. Yeah, it was very cute how you can just make a bunch of stuff work right away, but it wasn't mine. I wasn't happy with that stuff. Building myself is definitely way more fun. Yeah. I mean, but even so, like, usually if you have a big enough team, like if you're a really huge team, making your own engine is good. But if it's like a medium-sized team, you might as well use Unreal, especially if you work with artists and whatnot. But when I saw Unreal, I was like, I immediately saw that, like, dude, I'm not an artist, so using Unreal well enough is going to be really difficult. Especially as an engineer, I didn't know much about graphics. First USD production, it's funny. You know, it's funny, like only now, after the last 2 years, that I've learned a lot that I know what USD means. Like, it doesn't mean the American dollar. It means the open format for exporting scenes between applications. Like, actually, I've prototyped the same game in an open source engine that I wrote books for and actually knew very well how to use. But the problem is I didn't have much control there, so it just wasn't that fun. Like, this was my old prototypes. Like, it's okay, I got stuff quickly working here, but the problem is I didn't have control over visual quality of the game, and I didn't know how to do it, because even when you're an engineer, dude, engineers need to know so much stuff about so many different things that I just wasn't satisfied with the quality of this. I didn't know how to learn it in any better way, and I didn't want to learn the way that engine worked inside, so I just had to learn it from build it from scratch. At least now I know how to do all this pretty stuff. In conjunction with the AI teaching me, dude, sky's the limit. Or over time and funding, I guess. There's now all those little cute little lines that it's drawing. Because if you're a VFX artist, this is not a texture. This is actually just pure math using signed distant fields calculation. So you can play around with all that. I think even the line is using the same idea. That's why, for example, you can do this cute stuff. Even though it's not a texture, I can do like a progress bar. Hey, get off me. Oh yeah. Dude, that interruption really sucks. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I have, just like in Diablo games, especially Diablo 2, you have different abilities, right? So you can have this lighting arc just kind of bounces off walls. So maybe you can hit that off the wall. I am. Except this guy doesn't take damage much yet. You know what? I'm getting tired of this guy not blowing up into little pieces like everything else. It's time to go in here. Save the current state. And it's a little bit of Blender time. Like, even though I'm an engineer here, you're gonna do... I'm spending like half the time sitting in the Blender anyway. We can new states for robots that can heal. Okay. So let's ignore this crap. It's time to add destructibility to my robots. Because all of our robots can take damage already. And like actual parts fall off and so on. Let's do slow motion. Slow motion, go through shields. Take some life damage and chunks flying off. Now in this case he gets healed so I can actually notice a difference. Let's wipe his ass out. Now stop healing. Alright, there you go. Let's go slow motion, shield effect. Bam. I can actually see him actually missing parts. Like a bunch of his armor fell off. Now it's on the floor. Time to blow up into tiny pieces. Ooh. It looks okay at full speed, but... Yeah, Studios are now finally picking up Blender. Yeah, it took a while to make Blender good enough to use, but now Blender is amazing, especially for the price of zero. Yeah, but still using Maya. Yeah, yeah. Especially for animation rigging, I hear Maya is the way to go. But for me, it was I could only really do based on what tutorials I find. For Blender, that is ideal. Let's want to establish a pathway from game design to programming. Just start working a text adventure game. Pick up whatever simplest language you can use and start from there. Like I started as a kid from basic language, which is pretty easy language to start. And make simple games like in text adventure. For example, old text adventure games. You know, just games that just like do. You can even do squares, I guess, if you get fancy enough. It could just be like old storyline thing, which describes you where you at, and then deciding what to do from there. What kind of commands, like you type in take bottle, and something else happens, and so on. It's the same way you get into art and whatever else. Just start where you are, and one step at a time, grow from there. Dude, the best feeling is when you are both an engineer and an artist. When you're not bogged down by waiting for somebody else to make decent art for you. It's such a good combination. Is there a language pathway? Yeah, do not jump into C++ right away. Like even for me as an engineer, for me C++ was my fourth language. I had Basic, Pascal, C, and then C++. And even then it was an old school C++, not the modern C++. So find whatever the easiest language that scares you the least. And get into that. Because I think the main block is the emotional block. So Raylib is pretty good from what I hear, yeah. And Raylib supports like 100 different languages. You chose a painful way. What's the painful way? Would I go from Godot script? Godot is kind of similar to Lua. So you can look into Lua. Lua gets used a lot in all the game studios. It's definitely used for game logic quite a bit, but it also might be languages. Another idea is you can just use go to JavaScript. There's a bunch of game engines written in JavaScript. Like for example, Vampire Survivors made in JavaScript. I think it was something called, I don't know, some kind of JavaScript game engines out there that can do a bunch of stuff for you. So that's pretty good. All right, where's my plugin Fractal Labs that I paid like 25 bucks for? Well, let's save a backup of this. Save copy. Refracture. You know, a bit of Python. Python is a good one too. When you jump into Git for pipeline team. Dude, yeah, that's the thing. That's actually my funny part. When I was in the game studios, I worked for a rendering team as a system engineer. So I didn't have much rendering knowledge at all. So I kind of helped them with stuff that wasn't directly graphical stuff. And when I tried to understand the rendering code, there was like a million lines of just advanced stuff. I couldn't get into it even as an engineer. But then I stepped back and built my own renderer from scratch. Suddenly that was like so much easier. I can handle one element at a time and just build one layer at a time. And now I actually know a lot. I probably learned, I taught myself more in the last 2 years working on this game than 7 years working at Amazon Game Studios. So if you're trying to learn like language by looking at professional work, it's a bad idea. A lot of time that code is nasty, messy anyway. So it's best to learn stuff by yourself, away from all that nonsense. Shady math is wild, yeah. From JavaScript games into PlayStation binaries. Yeah, I mean, you probably want to go to Steam anyway. In that case, it's just about anything is fine. Shady maths, yeah. Although I've been able to use AI to help me with shady math quite a lot, including like explaining things like really freaking slowly. Like AI is like most right now people are freaking out by using AI for coding in our generation, but I like it a lot more for as a teacher. Like help explain like really slow, like help explain shader math like very very slowly. Humans don't have the patience for it, but AI is just amazing at it. You just choose every little topic so slowly. Dude. Did I press on something that it suddenly doesn't attack anymore? Jiggle physics, that's right. Let me show you a jiggle component. What does this look like? This is a jiggle component right there. Jiggle. Jiggle, 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 yeah. Very important. Which, by the way, use the AI to help me with the math on this. Because some of this damping and stiffness part, I didn't fully understand it and feel like understanding that part, but like math, this is basically AI. If I really need to understand, I can go back into it, but this is good enough for now. Good enough for now. Although hair simulation was more complex than a boob jiggle anyway. They're just like tweaking one bone a little bit, it's not a big deal. But all the hair sim, now that was nasty. But let's also have two renders. This is a ray trace render, that's why you get reflections. And this is the low level renderer that can run a potato. What you doing, spinning boy? Why is this shield effect not going away? Annoying little bugs here and there, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Something didn't get cleared. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about it. This game is too complex to be stuck on random bugs. I have to make progress. Alright, I don't like that shields thing anymore. It's not helpful for what I need. One of these days I'll build a nice map editor, but for now just some kind of hacky I'm GUI editor. You know what I need? Uses PBR? Yeah, I do use PBR even for non-ray tracing. But from what I've seen, PBR is not that expensive. So I haven't worried, because this can actually run without graphics card as well. I've been able to run it on the integrated graphics. Because actually, like, dude, this, like, I have a very strong machine, but this is a debug build. And I'm getting 200 frames, it's actually frame locked. If I completely release the power, it goes into like crazy frame rates. And this is 4K with some minor ray tracing. Nothing too crazy ray tracing, but some. So I have a lot of headroom. And this is debug build, so release runs maybe twice as fast. So plenty of ways. Went back to sync, yes, good. Oh yeah. I actually have a playtest to this build. And I've had people run it on a handheld that supports Steam-like machines. A pretty decent performance. If anything, my biggest slowdown right now is actually physics. Because, you know, all the little debris is actually interactable. Anything like wall falls down. And this is the actual expensive part. So I have to be careful about how I track all these debris and whatnot. graphics hasn't been a problem. Like, dude, when you write your own and technology from scratch, it's so good. Because, dude, using Unreal or any game engines debug builds is basically impossible. The way people write in engines is that you just simply not allowed to use them in debug builds. It just don't work. Where this is actually functional, allows me to debug things so easily. I think the most complex part I had to do so far was actual animation blending. And like animation masking per arm, per leg, per torso. Just so that the character is kind of reactive to what's going on. Plus also jiggle, of course, at the same time. Ooh, is my guy still functional? Oh, he is. Sit back down. Bam! Right into the wall. I always forget how fun the male guy is. I always forget that. Is Godot into JavaScript, C#, C++ a good pipeline? Dude, it's not about languages. Like, languages is the easiest part. The hard part is being able to engineer stuff with any language. Like, language itself is not that big of a deal. The problem is actually being able to sit and make stuff on your own. Like, there's not that much of a difference between languages. Like, if anything, I would aim... Like, the easiest languages today is actually C language. Like, C language is easier than Python and all that. It's just that C doesn't give you extra tools. But the language itself, the simplest languages today is probably C. Or JavaScript. One of those. Probably C. Well, that's pointers, I suppose. So it's not so much about language. It's... Think about, if you can make a big game in JavaScript, you can eventually do it in any other language. Yeah. Now, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I had in mind. Actually, I don't like the animation here. I can tweak it just a bit. When this guy going through a healing animation, I want him to wave his hand a bit more. Kind of funny looking, but I dig it. I dig it. And on the other hand, like, it doesn't take much to learn this as an engineer, but it's so helpful. Even a small little change. Totally make Street Fighter in JavaScript. Yeah. Probably JavaScript. The thing is, JavaScript has a lot of tutorials to get into. The only concern I have for those languages is that they come with a lot of big libraries to accomplish big things with one line for you. And that's not going to teach you much. Like, the easiest language to learn, I still think, is C today. JavaScript probably is easiest to use. But in terms of learning languages, I would say C. I'd export this animation. Let's see how this looks. But yeah, it's primarily emotional mental block, dude. So just start with whatever language, whatever tools scares you the least, and go from there. I need to... Why not to test this? Heal, heal, heal. Dude, you guys didn't wake up in time. Hey, what's up, Mike? Talented designer stream. Well, this is my first full game, so I wouldn't call myself a talented designer. I'm definitely a good engineer. I'm good at learning a lot of things, that's for sure. Dude. Oh, I guess it... I thought an arm wave would look actually good, but it's actually... That's kind of a problem. My game's like really far away, so I just... It doesn't look that impressive when you see it here. I'm doing, man. I'm doing good, Mike. Mike on a Harley bike. I guess it gives some to it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, hell, the reason I'm making this game is because I used to play Diablo for like decades, so a lot of inspiration comes from that. So yeah, come in. How do I separate game code from the engine? I don't. I don't care about making game engines. I care about making the game, this game, and just enough bare minimum amount of tech to make the game. That's it. So I make zero separation. That's a future me problem. Future me of billions of dollars and plenty of time to create a second 2-3 different engines if I care. That doesn't matter. Musical characters, nice, nice. I'm primarily an engineer. I'm learning enough art to get by. But you know what? It's time to make this guy destructible. I really like destruction. I really like destruction. Let's see. I can actually make this guy lose a limb if I really want. Which is probably a decent idea. I already have all the systems set up. It's going to take a bit to configure all this stuff a while. I mean, I started programming as a kid and then many years of professional work for different companies. Plenty of work from my own free time. Prototyping. Bam, bam. To the face. Even better just to kick the face. Bam. I actually got stuck on a piece of rock. It's no fun. Then release build is I'm GUI code also loaded. Yeah. So far I haven't bothered to turn. I mean, I'm GUI by default is hidden release build, but I don't bother removing that. I don't see much of a point. It's not like there's some manager out there telling me like, oh my god, we have to remove GUI code, otherwise we're gonna have security breach. Like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. How about being a web dev? It's like all the job in the area. I've made fun of web devs a lot, and I've refused to do any web deving work. Dude, the reason I left Amazon is because Amazon basically fired me from Amazon Game Studios and just kind of moved me off into web dev space, or like a backend cloud space to work on Go languages and stuff, dude. And I was like, dude, I do not want to be a senior engineer working on some nasty languages. That's not games. So that's when I quit and started working on this game 2 years ago. So no. Amazon tried. It tried to pay me a bunch of money to be a web dev, and I said no. I said hell no. Well, I'm very thankful for Amazon for all the money they paid me so I can actually work on this game full time, but no, hell no. Try to target people? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Not sure what kind of tips are you looking for on that. I'm a solo developer anyway. Working hours is a lot of hassle and communication process and so on, or just expensive having to pay somebody. You know, it looks better when they don't stop healing after he goes full health. It's kind of nice when he just continuously heals it even after that. Because they eventually stop anyway, so that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, working as a team is a giant pain. All this meetings, communication. You have like one thing in your mind, which how you want the game to look, and somebody else doesn't quite get the art that way, and you have to like go back and forth. It's like, dude, it's so much nice to be able to eke something out that's like in my style, even though it's not the full highest quality. Alright, so let's see what kind of damage would I want. First easiest, probably gonna be this. You've done some work with some streamers. Oh, but that I mean, yeah. Not looking to hurt anybody right now. You haven't sold your soul? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let the fun begin. So I want to be able to lose like this chunk. Try it again. Yeah, it looks good. Welcome to Fracture Labs. Definitely want him to lose another chunk in here. How about this? Yeah, it's good, it's good. I will accept this. It's better save original, right? Okay. So now in the game he'll be able to just like be missing parts of a head. Just like this. Oh. Okay, that's a head piece. Wait. Did I get an empty chunk somewhere? I did. Look at this nonsense. You have to be in charge of everything. Okay. I'm gonna call this core. With the college again down. Firmware engineer, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Like, dude, even in my case, I've now got amazing jobs, including semi-gaming job. Like, you still had to choose between doing boring-ass work for faster promotions or good work that will be helpful for you in the future, but not get you promoted as fast or at all. So in my case, I chose, you know what, I'm going to be working on this game in the future at some point, so screw promotion, screw extra money. So just only stuck to the teams actually taught me, it prepared me for now. Okay, that was fine. This guy's definitely getting damaged, no question about. Let's see, how do I want to damage this thing? Fine, I'll let that be. Don't need much, just I want a fat chunk. I guess I'll accept it. I shall accept that. bro. Yep. Okay, so I still have the originals. Good. Cool. We didn't get any tiny parts this time, right? Good. Like, this is what took extra time to build up system both in here and Blender. To export out the right way, read it in the right way, and then in game actually spawn a little parts. No. He can't alternate his arms. Maybe for now, to refresh my memory, I'll stop at this point. Stop at this. Sure. So much to know, so much to know. Do I want to worry too much about this or not? Should be fine, I suppose. Okay, Blender, please don't crash. Please do not freaking crash. Oh, stuff is not enabled. Okay, how about this? Okay. Ambient occlusion has been computed. Yeah, cool. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Put that out. Oh, this is always a head scratcher. Oh, I forgot about this part. Okay. Hide this. Bring this. Bake this. Okay, these are the whole pieces. Good. Go. Okay, seems fine. All right. Enough of being a Blender artist for 10 minutes. Back to engineering. You know, one of the pains. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot. My bad. This one's still inside, so that's fine. That in, good. Now this is the head. As well. I should just write a script at some point for this. Oh, what is this? This is a globe, right? Yeah. Globe. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Time to work on fixing them. I don't even have skin damage yet. Okay. Robot skin damage. Go. At least I didn't do full thing yet. Take care, man. Take care. Where does it say globe? Oh, because it's that. Original globe. And if I had original head. Oh, I didn't re-export. What is this robot? It's a healing robot. Goes around, heals other robots. Like this. With little spinny bellies. Congrats, dude. Didn't do anything. But skin damage. This is where all the complexity has been spent on. Actually, I'm curious. Oh, not take damage. Let's throw this code for code review into AI just for fun. Code review this. Ways of doing stuff. Now I'll configure. Let's see if it works. It probably just crash. It worked. Wow. It actually worked. It found head and cork. Body part. So let's start a global globe. Submesh this, undamaged. That should have automatically found it, honestly. The fact that it didn't, I don't like. Yeah, good, I remember. Origin is a full thing, had that core, pieces to pop. 3 objects. Ooh, I don't remember. That I don't remember. Like bot debris or something? Fracture. Sure. Ugh. I don't have a filter here yet, huh? No destroyable limbs just yet. Come to new bugs. Plans. 0. Its value. Fracture index 0. Debris submeshes. Oh, debris submeshes. What is that? I don't remember. Dude, this much code. The memory is starting to become a struggle. Or struggle. What the hell is the debris? Oh, debris and destruction. I don't remember. Can come from a different object, different submeshes. Let's can map them together by index. Oh. Is that what I do? Is that what I do? Match torso pieces and stuff. Don't remember anything. Even though I wrote it. Okay, so undamaged core piece, fine. Bunch of fractures. Actually, this guy may not maybe correctly set up. Let's do this one, an easy one. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is... I get it. This one just didn't match for debris submesh. Let's see. Torso pieces. Oh, it's not really torso specific anyway. Oh, the button match. I'll match some of them, not a lot. Wait, this is wrong. What the hell are you looking? Looking at the wrong object. How is that possible? Do I need to rebuild it completely? Bot healer, bot healer. Oh, it's this thing. I understand, I understand. Yeah, okay. Okay. Origin head. Origin globe. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that looks actually correct. This actually might work. Got it. Dudes. Just kind of hoping. Hey. It's got a weird collar for a damaged part. But good, good. That's supposed to be. Oh, this is a base theme color. Yeah. go. Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna have detachable lamps. I'll wait, that's a weird bug over that health thing. It's the first time seeing that. Okay. Okay. What else can take damage here? Missing. Apply the scale, really? I don't have scales applied. I'm sure I'm fine with this. I'll just stop at that. Yeah. Oh, let's send it to a different material, didn't it? It did. It did. Just remove this? No. Wow. Oh, okay. Okay. Bro. this. Oh, the lamp technically. Looking through here. I think legs not particularly visible for damage, so I'm gonna skip that. Well, I guess legs, maybe. Maybe. You know what? I need a different robot for quality control. This guy was properly made. Yeah. It definitely was. No. Oh, bastard. Take it. Take it. Ooh, I forgot about core destruction. That's right. That's right. I got cut up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, it's already there. It's all the new stuff. Bodies 2. Yeah. What is the original? So I don't care. Arm lower. R. Really, script can figure this out technically. Upper right. Upper right. Upper left. Upper left. This should just be body, I think. Which bone is that? Which bone are you? Fine upper. Okay. One of these days. Next robot, I'm definitely breaking a script to do this. Yeah, that looks good. Original should be fine. Should be fine. Bring everything back online. UV, the whole planet. Who's not enabled for rendering? Oh, you're in a weird pose, aren't you? Aren't you? Or it's fine. Okay. Coding, back to coding. Although maybe very quick chess break. Go do some crazy stuff. Wait, happy to play that. Here, here. Move a little faster. Just a little faster. Doesn't really do anything though, does it? Does it? Probably not. I actually want to trade queens now. Takes. Takes. Actually. Got him. Got him. I don't want to give up yet. okay. It's okay. All right. Time to bring the new destruction in. Actually, now's the time to correct this. Can head body. Upper right. Upper right. Leg lower. Now one is this original. Just this. Upper left. What am I missing? Left upper leg. No, I already have that. All right. Right. How to configure hands of undamaged or sense to look for origin. Honestly. Trim from start, do I? Trim start. Oh, I do. Hell yes. Lower. Origin, good. Trimmed it out, good. Didn't find the core because I didn't name that as a core. That's a good point. That's a good point. This one doesn't really have a core. One does. This thing. Don't really want to do it. Mark. Sure, actually. Not sure. I don't think I have a way. First and full destruction. How's that? Doesn't help. Oh. Really? You know what, Nick? So if I just remove all this. Core. Beat it, beat it. It's carrying to React devs for breakfast. That's funny. That is funny. I have made fun of web devs a lot in the past. Still do. And still do. All right, let's observe this damage destruction in progress. Nice and slow like. Slow-mo. Slow-mo. Which piece? Which piece? Which piece have I forgotten? Oh, that sounds like one of the core pieces. Oh yeah, I didn't transition it. We'll have to implement this whole feature for this. I might have to. Because I don't really want to break this on damage. But all this damage taking is all nice. Fine. Okay. 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 So maybe I don't. Let's think. Do I want to implement this now or not? Because I have this concept for wall somewhere, right? Maybe. Wait, I did that for bosses somewhere. I know I did it for bosses actually. Old phone. I know I did it for the boss, right? Oh, that's a different component, dude. It's skin damage detailed. It's a different component, and it does have core fractures. This one does not have it. I see. I see. Yeah. Perhaps. I'm just gonna undo it in that case. Screw it. Screw it. All this stuff can go real. I think it's easier just to fix up UVs, honestly, than everything else I'm doing. Position. Make sure grab everything. Raw. Okay. All right, ambient occlusion. Let's go. Let's go, ambient occlusion. Ooh. Oh, you. Wait, the head, but it's... Oh. Okay. Boing, 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 boing. It's a little weird looking. What's happening to you? Are you colliding with somebody quietly? Oh, this guy. Thank you, Blender. Thank you, open source. Very much. Okay. You know what? I need like this. Okay. Boink boink. Boink boink. Vehicle assets. Good, good. That's fine. Investigate. Looking good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, how about now? How about now? Yeah. That's what I like. That's what I like to see. Wunderbar. Now, collision. What is in bones? Spine upper. Back sound. Good enough. Now for the head, I guess the box will do. Kinda. Why is X down? Rid of the capsule. Maybe a sphere. Do left first, upper left. I have easy ways to rotate now. Screw it, box it is. Good enough. Wait a second, I want something for that big spot. I want it for lower legs. Probably. Oh, I have earlier. Oh. It's too much damage. That guy's a bit too short, aren't you? Aren't you a bit too short? come not change shield effect again? Interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Where? What piece? Which piece? Not behaving right. Wait a second, this thing doesn't. Everything moves. Looks like part of a globe. Globe. Okay. Wait, did I set it to No, no, need to be a spine upper. This globe is fine. Draw. Is the fine globe connected to spine upper? Fine globe. Yeah, shallow spine upper, so it should be fine. Interesting. Interesting that it's not fine. Yeah, but that does a ton of damage. Boink, boink. Yeah, those guys are big interrupters, huh? Huh. Something less crazy damage. What do I use? I use a Vulkan. CAPI of Vulkan. Raw dogging it. Like a real man. I think initially I started DX12. But the problem learning DX12, like tutorials are just not helpful, useful enough. So I eventually give up and switched to Vulkan like 3 years back. And this is like 2 years of full-time development. And I actually have two renders. This is the ray trace fancy render. And then there is the ugly ass non-ray trace version. But ray traced, just a little bit ray tracing is just so nice. Just a little bit of environmental bounce. With some fake PBR. And so this runs a 4K resolution. And some insane frame rate. And this is a debug build, which I'll love to repeat over and over again. To just destroy everything. Dude, these guys are annoying. You'll be stunned. How about you stun you? Slow down. It's a little bit of a hitch at super slow mo, but it's fine enough. Okay. Fine, I think this is good enough for destruction on this dude. I think it needs more particles. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe it just needs to spawn more around the surface. What is that? Fight the damage. job, little buddy. Good job. Good healing. Good healing. What does it take before this? It does only 15 damage. Fine, whatever. Does my professional experience before I started the solo game dev helps me now? Yes, but primarily because half of my experience comes from working for Amazon Game Studios, where I worked for like 6 years on a game engine, 1 year on New World, roughly. So yes, that helps a lot. I love destruction. Where you guys come from? Hey, thank you for the red line, so I know where to go. Now, Diablo 2 had a resurrection thing. I don't think I can have resurrection. Maybe cooldown. Call down. So Robert brings another robot, maybe. Resurrection, probably not. This thing is a bit glitchy and finicky. I'll have to look into that at a later time. Need to sprinkle this new healing bot everywhere now. Robot type healer. Forget. Wait, 0.1. That's specific. Let's just do clean. What is this? What the hell is this? Oh, it has to put more than 5? Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh. Let's try a clean playthrough. You feed boss at 5, really? Hmm. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ooh, no, 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 no. That's wild and crazy. That is wild and crazy. First zone. First zone. It's fine just to have the drill. Actually, I'm going to be more careful of this. Let him die. Wrists. Glasses. Bit of energy shield is good. Good. What's energy? Okay. God, it's a lot of them. They're tanky. Okay, that was zone 2. Yeah, no, no, no. That is kind of weird to do it this way. There's a chance of boss not even spawning, dude. Just do this. That's 2. Right, hairstyle. Sneaky. Energy shield, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know, you're not going anywhere, dude. Dude, seriously? 3 of them? Jesus. I need to have base health ratio for different bots. Hip range, not too exciting. Not too exciting, but this, I don't mind. Not this dude, not this dude. Yeah. Truth should be draining your energy. That's what I want to do for sure. Menu bottoms, yes. Keyboard time. Nothing for a gem. Sucks. Scrap, scrap. This. Oh god. Oh Jesus, I've been healed by 1,000 different ways. Did I have a note? I need to fix this showing the shield actually. Do I have it? No. Okay. Good. Closer. Good. Get yellow. Ooh. Hell yes. I need to vary out how my robots drop from that. Dude. Tower. Why doesn't it sometimes not work against those guys? I need to check collision bones on that guy. Let debris need to become darker sooner. Yes. A die. Hmm. Forgot about those hunters. I think you can make a level just full of hunters. Because those guys are annoying. Fair enough. Oh, I need a line. If I'm far away from the doors that can be opened. Cost this thing 9, Jesus. No wonder I'm struggling. Oh god. Yeah, these guys get close. Do you want an open world or not? That is a question. Jesus Christ. Freaking hunters. A lucky heal picked up somewhere. Nice, nice. Wait. An idea. Sometimes I want this thing just almost completely disappear. Hmm. Ooh, laser gains piercing. Hell yeah, socket. Movement speed, energy. Okay. Thing is tanking. Oh, bastard. I think I'm gonna take off for the day. Continues tomorrow. Or at least take a quick break for now. I'll be back. Whoops, I was muted. I was muted hardcore. So entity component system. It's giving me the blues. Which system is this? System base. Projectile. The collision. Projectile. That sounds like a fire projectile. Callback handler. Oh. Cache was empty. True. Cache was empty. Wait, so it just built it? It just built the cache. It was empty. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I need to run some ads on Twitch. 60 minutes this thing. So the cache was empty. Fine. And base. Index 213. Now that is useful to know. 213. Sources. Two, 1, 3. Build a system. 2479. Apply fire burn on hit. Although this one is an optional one. But basically a regular ass projectile. Do have a tendency to come and go for sure. For sure. That first thing wasn't found. Seven, 9, 6. Guess that's why they say not to use anti-component system because of complexity of debugging this thing, huh? Table index penalty. Entity seems fine-ish. Duration of the 19321. Cache was made from scratch. How could it be wrong if it was made from scratch here? It was empty before. Need ideas. I need ideas. Probably too big. What data do I need to help me out? Total entities. Found 14 entities. We've gone through here. I mean, I am throwing a pointer for speed. Hey, what's up, Lias? I just stepped away for a bit to have a chat. So I ran a stress test meanwhile, and now I got a entity component system crash somewhere. An internal crash. So now I have to spend some time figuring out. Yeah, looks like a binary is producing an update. Table entities contain a dead slot. Let's see. That's the table. Entities. Yeah. Also today added a new robot. A new robot has been added. Which, by the way, I had to correct it a bit. They were doing some odd behavior. But now it's a healing robot, which I haven't captured the state yet. Yeah. I mean, it works 99.9% of the time. But occasionally I get this weird ass crashes, and it is a complex system. Luckily, it's all mine, so at least I understand it. But even so, I even wrote special code just to check additional validation, because it's something I've been hunting for a few months. I'm gonna add even more information at this point. I even forgot I had it on. Because I haven't seen this happen for like a couple months, dude. It might have more to do with... So this I know it's crashing in projectiles. It's probably related to that. So something around that, but it's so weird. Initially I thought it's because the cache was stale. I mean, yeah, that's what I do. I have components. I don't even have inheritance here. So it's all just a bunch of components, but even so. Because it says cache was empty. So it was empty, which means it just built a new fresh cache. Just brand new. So how the hell is it wrong? Because the first pointer is projectile. So cache pointer. Is it really wrong? Or maybe the debug tool was wrong, because I'm not even sure. Yeah, it looks like bad memory. That looks like bad memory. It definitely looks like bad memory. Because what happens when... Sure. It's not actually a crash yet. It's just a validation error. But my guess, because this wasn't found on the table, it's gonna be a bad Mama Jamma. Yeah. That index. Need some way to get more data. When you don't know what to fix and what's broken, you just need to get more data. At least I know it's in projectiles, so I can just stress test specifically for projectiles. Because they can be short-living. So something around that. Check table. Entities. Fix. Wait, in this table there's only one match? Tables. Mention tables, we've got 10. It's a good number of tables to match, actually. First one being 76. So table ID her. Table index 397. Robert is not healed. Oh, Robert is healing completely fine. Robert is completely fine. It's just that this is a crash I just got by running a stress test. It's not related to a new robot, but really related to something. So basically, an asserter added as an additional validation to check that it's something went. Do I check if entity is alive here or not? I'm curious. Maybe I'm looking at the dead entity. Do I check the entities alive? I'm only asking AI to look at the function as well. I'm not checking if the entity is alive while building the cache. Oh, I don't check if the entity is alive. Just as I thought. So I'm going through the tables. I check if which entity here. I only skip if it's like entity being that way. Sport. Entity. I think that's what it is. I just need to check this entity is actually alive. Maybe having a debug show entities index thing and the characters. No, so this particular crash is, what it says is, so before this lambda here is called, you have to compose all the pointers to be supplied into this lambda call. And right now we're going to start hitting that this pointer that's coming into this projectile object, that it doesn't match what's expecting in the table. So I've actually been running the game on the extra slow mode for months now. Try to catch it. Because it's just more purely just validation. Because usually it would crash afterwards when you actually go into the callback and then you get garbage data. And I got sick of that, so I wrote all this code to capture it before it crashes fully. Well, yeah, welcome to game code where everything is complex as all hell. This is actually a simple one. There's only like 6 of them to call back. But yeah. But what I do is basically compute all those pointers and cache it so that if nothing changes, you can just call the same way next time. It's kind of amazing all this work and actually still runs pretty fast. Even in debug build. But now that I'm looking at this, this is where I'm going through all the entities in the table, and I should check it if one of those entities is dead. So first things first, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save dump. So I'm going to take a dump. Just going to dump it here. That pointer on a fresh, because the fact that it's a fresh cache is highly suspicious to me. It means it has to mean that the entity is dead, and I just didn't check that it's dead here. Because yeah, I'll check at the ID, but here I'll look for it's a prefab and not. Otherwise, I ignore it. So right here, I need to check if the entity is dead right after it saves its dump. So I can always look at this later in the future. Meanwhile, do you lurk Mr. Cakes on Twitch and YouTube now too? Actually, okay, we'll get that saved. So here's what I'm gonna do to verify this. Insert entity info generation. How do I check this? I don't know actually. How do but equals 0 is the way I set when something gets removed. Yeah. You got nice 5 aggro. after building up his game to a decent profit, and that boosted even more. Pretty nice to see, man. Pretty nice to see. It's also very kind of him to share a lot of private details about that, because has a lot of learning experience in that. Yeah, he can be very entertaining in stream. Yeah, yeah. I don't have the energy to be that entertaining. Dear. I thought is there a way for an entity to be dead here? I don't think so. Destroy or remove entity. Remove entity. The thing is here, it does by 80. Fair enough. You find it stable. Different callbacks, that's fine, but in the end, yeah, this is where I clean it out. So I mark the entity is deleted. What if ChatGPT can handle the whole file? Maybe it can. Maybe it can. I'll drop it. Entity world. Yes, I do check that it's not alive. Right now I'm keeping all the asserts in the release code. I drop a crash early on an assert and then be able to understand what the hell's going on with that. Because if you don't do that, then the game will crash like way later in some unrelated piece of code, and then you'll have no way to figure out what the hell crashed. So this early crash is good. Here's the whole source file. No, this side is fine. I'm not worried about that. There's only corrective component storage preserves. Yeah. See if you can process the whole 3,000 lines of ECS. Maybe you can help me debug it. Yep. The table of entities. Actually handle the whole file. Nice. Give it a table index. Oh yeah, I guess I could see if this is somehow off. Wait a second. Isn't there a better way to do this? Like call something like get component ID or something? Guess this works. Structural mutation during the same system pass after the cache was freshly built. Yeah, could be. Maybe it's safe to just to disallow any kind of modification CS during a callback. That might resolve a lot of problems. And make everything faster. This happens during system update call. I mean, I have been thinking of removing this condition here. Spending crap. It would improve a lot if I just remove that. I wonder how many times I use this. The problem might be that I'm allowing creating of entities while working on the callbacks. Shouldn't just disallow that. Let's speed up this one too, and everything be for sure be constant when working on it. Yeah, I should just do that. Delete this feature entirely to simplify the system and make it faster too. That removes a big if check all the time. Let callback, yeah. Unity from prefab. Let me see. How quickly do I create something on a callback? Maybe you can just rip that feature out harshly with prejudice, extreme prejudice, because that's nothing. Spawn debris. That's actually good news. It means for the most of it, not really using that anymore. It's time to get rid of it, to simplify it. Okay. Particle facts or whatnot. I see. Okay. That could be a medium task for sure. How big is this file? Ooh. It needs to be treated as a binary. Not that I want to keep it in. Right. DMP. Yeah, would simplify so much if I just disallow that. Which honestly, all I need to do is save this thing off and then run it after. Yeah, should be easy. Should be easy. Yeah. I like this. How many robots? Yeah, I haven't worked on a new robot in a long ass time, dude. This is the first one in a while. This is the sixth of the small robots. The sixth that I actually consider decent enough to be used, honestly. It's about it. I have like another probably 10 of other type of robots, but they either need a pass or rework or just not good enough for the game. But 6 is something. No, recently just looked it up how many robots Diablo 2 had, or how many monsters it had. It had a unique base, it's like maybe like 60 or 57, around 60 or so, and then like maybe a dozen special unique boss types. So that's kind of what I have in mind then. Which I think this year will be the year of me building out a whole bunch of robots. Ideally, by the end of the year, I'll have all the robots that I need. We'll see. Yeah, I'm targeting about 60. I was actually thinking about 100, but maybe it's too much. Especially if I have to learn that Diablo 2 only had 60-ish. I think it's what I want. Okay. But right now, I just spotted a bad ECS crash. So what I'm gonna do is rip out a big feature of my ECS system to make it more stable and faster at the same time. Hopefully it's not gonna be too painful, is what I'm hoping for. Because what I have right now is that my ECS is flexible enough where you can create new entities while running through all the major updates and computing all the caches, but that probably is too dangerous. I might modify the system in some weird way once, and probably not catching this one condition here and there. So it'd be easy just to assume everything is static and constant when you're running a callback on ACS. This should also be fast as well, because I remove one whole if every time I access something. Because right now, every time I have to access a component, I have to ask it like, are you in a main component or you're in a pending component storage? Every freaking time. Or is it somewhere at the top, I think? Yeah, like every time I poke into entity data storage, I have to do this if check. WU entities ID. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So my entities actually have two IDs. It has like a light ID, it's like a public facing ID. So let me show you the structure of it. So every ID has three main components, values rather. Obviously the pointer to the whatever world it belongs to, it's kind of like your context. And then your entity ID is your primary ID, but it gets reused. So it's just kind of like for 1 to like 3,000 or something, it gets cycled out. And then generation is this unique number that's assigned for each entity. So when you're holding on to an entity ID, you might point to then some new thing that's already been dead, go point to a new thing. So to really be unique, you need to have like this whole object, so you keep track of generation. So that way, when you compare them against entity ID, you also internally keeps track of its generation ID. So that way, if this thing get deleted by ID 5, and then a new thing was placed on 5, it will have a different generation ID. So that way, you know, like, is that thing still alive or not? That's what I do. That way, this thing could be nice and small, and I can pack it into a small array, and then generation will tell me if it's really unique or not. And that's so far been working well, but except this condition. Because I have two pending, I have two data storages for each table has keeps the main one, the main storage, and then the pending storage. And pending is what's where entities that go there if they create during a callback. So then it can be inserted safely into the main storage. So I've been keeping it on the pending one. That way it can be super fancy, dynamic, and create entities while on the callback. What's up, Eric? Things are good, things are good. Let me see. Oh, things compiling. Just going through, I was running stress tests for like 20 minutes and found a crash. And looking after that crash, I've decided to remove a big feature of my game. Yeah, I don't care. So in process of that. But I do have a new robot though. So to show off a new fancy robot. It's a healer. Let me create like 3 and a 3. Something like that. Actually, let's do it. Just one sword. To show off how overpowered this thing is. This guy is okay. So that's a new dude. So here's what it does. This guy's just healing the robot. Oh. Can't even damage the bastard. Just heals him right back up. Let's pull him away a bit. Pull him away, pull him away. Oh yeah. Who's gonna help you now, boy? Those bastards. No, I don't like this anymore. Yeah, I need the cheating with the range. So you have to go and take out these little bastards. They don't do any damage to you, but they just repair other robots. And now I can take them out easily. And level up has been accomplished. Hell yes. And then off you go. So I already have this station which repairs shields, and this guy repairs doesn't repair shields. It just heals a robot, but doesn't. But this one repairs shields. So now I have to be a little bit more smarter about the battle. You might have to go like take out this particular thing first. Take out this little bastard. And then these guys are easy prey except this thing. There you go. Now you guys stand no chance. That was already done today. He says hi while repairing your ass. On the other hand, because I like variation, and they're just walking. Because they can use either hand to repair, left or right, and they just kind of alternate. Took them out too quick. Too quick. Look at that, tanking it. It's kind of fun. Yeah, definitely like more interactions between robots for sure. For sure. Oh, little bastard. One got bored? That's right. Alright, but I want to continue removing that nasty ass feature that caused me so much pain. Look at that. Oh, that falls too big. Time to modify this thing and rip it out. Okay, let's see. The particle integration on the callback has been removed. Is there anything? Oh yeah, inside callback here. Show damage report. Last thing, these are all callbacks, so I could just copy this out. When I copy this, does it do a full copy? It does, okay. Let's do something here. Just do a common thing here. View a little bit. Get rid of this. You level up. Because I do not want to have any freaking stability issues. No, sir. No, sir. Oh, I see what it wants. I see what it wants. It wants a reference into that, which I shouldn't do it this way. I shouldn't do it. Although, we need an entity who gets it from them. It's because I'm trying to be fancy. Fancy pantsy. Oh, this is the same entity. World entity, damage report. Why am I doing that? It's so weird. Because it's already on it. That's unnecessary optimization. Right now, this call immediately creates the entity inside the callback, whereas this will delay it until after updates, which is fine. I just simplify CS if possible. My game is single thread pretty much for the most part. There are specific workflows that I do on a side thread, but that's kind of rare. I mean, I do some switch stuff on the frame. Like, for example, certain raycast for like lasers, I do that on a side thread. Audio runs, physics runs on separate side threads. Navigation mesh is computed on a side thread. But all the main game logic is single threaded. The only thing I put on the thread is stuff that I can wait for one, like, can I behind by a frame or two? Then I can go on a thread, yeah. The biggest one probably navigation mesh update. Because otherwise the game would hitch if I don't put navigation mesh on a background thread to run across frames. Because I actually need to compute 3 different nav meshes. Every time a wall breaks, a key, something goes into the queue to recompute nav mesh. Luckily that's been stable for like a year plus. Anyway. Let's create update report requests. You know what? To make it simple. Weird. The report is something like a text notification on screen, like you did 5 damage, I picked up 5 gold. That's what it is. Bro, stop clicking on the wrong keys. Start this. Nice, I like that. If I can engage it all. This was level up, right? I did not. Oh, what am I calling it? Duh. The bottom of update after the main update. Oh, then it popped up. Nice, nice. Okay. So the idea works. Boom, level 2. Oh, the level 2, it's hard to read the particles popping. Oh. Hmm. Up text. It's hard to notice as the particles pop in the same location and time. All right. Next step is U. To check actually if this thing is alive or not. Good, good. I like that. I like that. Experience gained. Give me some experience gained. Level 0. Good. Minor experience notification. Good, good, good. Damage report. This gets a little more involved. Oh, this one actually gives back an entity. I don't use it though, hopefully, right? Oh, I do, and I save it into it. Report. Okay, so I need to make sure to do that. Right, it's set into this. Okay, but this guy doesn't. Good, sort of that. Oh, it's called report. Oh, I see what it's called report. Hmm. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, not do damage report on shield damage. Don't, wow. Okay, but that works. It all works. Can't kill each other, man. Otherwise it'll be too OP. Hey, Supreme. Welcome back. Welcome back. Is there any code that you need me to look at that I shall unfortunately ignore? Alright. 3 factors. Code report last. Just need to remember to do that. How's it going, man? What's cracking? What's new? Now I need call report. Making your own game, nice. Nice. Definitely. Your showcase is always welcome. It's welcome to see what the hell you've been up to. Because it's been a while now to remember what you were working on. I think this is what I need to do. Doesn't make sense. I already set it, so it should be fine. Should be alright. Gold. Okay. Concord Line 2.0 replication. Yeah, networking is I ain't touching that. It's too much work. Touching it. Maybe a co-op in the future. But first things first is make the first single player be fun as hell. I'm gonna rename this params. Oop. Gonna happen anyways. It's fine. What am I missing a case? Kernel refactoring entity component system to remove a feature of entity component system, which shall make it simpler and faster. It's been long overdue. And more stable, less crash, a freaking A. Okay, let's test the gold pickup. Good. Good. Was that a double EXP somehow? What the hell is that? That was a weird double EXP. Oh. Very suspicious. I need to wake them up earlier. Heal. You know, the damage report, it only does some changes. Instead of that, it should actually report actual thing. So it shows both damage and heal. Those would be cool. Okay. Next. Who dares to create entities on the fly next? Abilities. I'm creating a laser. Doing a bunch of stuff. Now, that particular one was a projectile. So, if nothing else, can I teach you much more about the use case of DLLs, of libraries, and how it determines if I need what and when? I mean, honestly, if you really want to learn it, you should ask AI to explain it to you like you're 5 or something, or like really breaking down slowly. But in short, a library is not independent. .lib, at least on Windows, it's not an independent object. It's like a temporary thing that you compile into your final executable or a DLL. A DLL, it's something like a standalone. It can be loaded by the exe, but like on the side. So you could ship like an executable and DLL separately. Even if you combine it together, it's just separate. But keep in mind, DLL has, because it's independent, it comes with a whole bunch of extra conditions you need to care about. Like it has its own context, its own memory space, that you need to be careful not to cross over. So if you're gonna get introduced into DLLs, it's gonna be painful for a little while until you accept that DLL is basically its own living space. Because you probably get used to just having your libs and everything in one executable context, but DLL is its own separate thing. Its own memory, its own allocators, its own static variables, its own global variables, and so on. So this, fine. Yeah, this is that's probably gonna be the expensive part, ain't it? Because everybody in the mother here wants to create it outside. Well, what this means is I need to be careful. I'm creating lasers so I don't lag by one full frame. Freaking A. But really, my suggestion is to avoid DLLs until you're really sure you need them, because it's going to be a bunch of extra work. Now, I could create a pool of lasers to borrow from. That way I can just snag one and not worry about it. Why do I do additions here? I don't understand. Why? That don't make no sense. Why would I do that? Yeah, it's already there. But either way. Technically, when you create an ability system in itself, it could just create a laser entity just to activate that thing. Or just use it when necessary. Instead of deleting, creating that thing. Man, it's a bunch of effort to do this. It's gonna be a bunch of hassle. A bunch of hassle, including probably other places. Yeah. Not gonna be the cheapest thing. So maybe I should start with something easier. Maybe just the projectiles. What about security? There is no difference. When it comes to security, there is no difference. Ain't no difference. Just more hassle. Really, the reason you want to do it is that if you have a really giant system and you want to be able to say, oh, even the UI creates a bunch of stuff on the fly. On the other hand, I kind of do want to find out what the hell am I doing wrong there. I don't like Energy Boost to be that way. Fine, this is still a decent rework. Well, in that case, I might as well at least write more data. Give them as delayed action. Yeah, I need to think about that. If a system, because I can produce on a unit test, would be ideal. So if a system is being called, and then something modifies it on the same table. So it needs to be what about to do with deleting entities was my guess. Found on the table. Probably Yeah. Now this cache goes across what? If this goes across, I think I'm starting to understand what could happen. So if the cache is empty, then it goes across all the tables. But I place new entities created. Turn a callback into pending data buffer, which entity table. Second, when I do update here. No, but this might pull from the pending one. If removed. This thing entity changes table during a callback to a new table. Do that? Listing entity structurally modified. Do I do that? I don't think I ever remove a component, but maybe I add it. Component. Really? This thing. It's not part of this. Bar energy bar. Oh. What the hell am I doing? What the hell? This shouldn't be this. This is the energy bar. I shouldn't need this. No. This makes sense, but this doesn't. Okay, that's actually a good find. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Play audio. Sneaky. This thing wasn't part of this. It will be now. But it's late enough, almost 7 hours. Might be time to move on and rate somebody. And then continue this tomorrow. See who we got. Do we have anybody? Same category. Here, let's rate this. Move on. Take care. GG's. GG's. Tick tock, tick tock.